Before we get into game number one, I'd like to welcome you into our continuing coverage here from the 2023 DV8 Nightmare Doubles. My name is Mike Flanagan, and we're looking forward to bringing you 8 games of this B Squad qualifying here, a little after 2 p.m. here in a suburb of Memphis, otherwise known as Bartlett, Tennessee, here at the beautiful Bolero Bowling Center, formerly Andy B's. Been coming here the last couple of years. We've been streaming the Nightmare Doubles for the last couple of years, 4 years to be exact. I'm going to take it out to the lanes. I've got a lot of information for you based off of what happened earlier today, as well as all the teams that we have on this full squad, including some re-entry teams that might make you scratch your head a little bit, but we're going to take a look at that here in just a moment. This tournament would not be possible without our great sponsors, and our great sponsors are DV8. If you're looking for a new bowling ball, make sure you head over to dv8bowling.com and check out all the products that they offer. Also want to thank Brad Brooks. He just walked by the booth a minute ago from Brooks Agency. All the work he does not only for this event but also for bowling. Also want to thank our man, Brian Kennedy from Bowl 101. 5 great pro shops in the Arkansas area: North Little Rock, Cabot, Hot Springs Village, Hot Springs, Balesville. Those are the 5 locations that they have at Bowl 101. Also want to thank Aaron Martin and his team, realty team, Just the B team in the Nashville area. If you're looking for commercial or residential real estate, you can head over there to Just the B team and they can help you sell things, buy things, whatever it is. Check them out. And also Quis Chisholm, our tournament director, Quis Tournaments. Those are our sponsors we have here. The oil pattern, and the best copy of this that I have for you guys is this picture that I took off the internet. You really don't have to read too much of the load data. The most important thing here is to know that this pattern is pretty much a house shot. It's a wall, 20-1 on the ratio, 20-1. Most of the guys on the PBA Tour bowl on a 2-1 ratio, very flat. This is 20-1. 26.29 milliliters of oil, 43 feet in length, 12.51 milliliters on the way down, 13.78 on the way back. We had 2 300s earlier today. Jordan Smith in the very first game over on lane 23, bowled 300. And our very last game, Michael Holloman on lane 25 in game number 8, bowled 300. I will prop the scores up for just a moment. Here are our scores after A squad today. The top 16 are going to advance to tomorrow morning's advancers round, the semifinals we call it here. Sean Lavery, Michael Holloman find themselves at the top of the leaderboard, which is no fluke whatsoever here because they have won the last 2 years in a row. They're looking to do it 3 times in a row, 39-45, that number. So figure 8 games is 3,200 would be par. That's 200. They were 745 over. Hardigan, who also had a top 5 finish here last year, are currently in second at 38-19. Dre Johnson and Ryan Simonelli at 38-03. Carl Williams, Aaron Holloman in fourth at 37-87, followed by Corbin and Williams at 37-77. Barnes and Robars, we're going to talk about that in a minute, at 37-76. Rice and Crow at 37-72. And then Richmond and Huffman at 37-09. Those are your top 8, and those are all the players or teams that finish at 3,700 or more. And I think that's an important number to keep an eye on as we move along in this event. There are re-entries this year. The last couple of years, I was looking through my notes. We only streamed 2 squads. This year, we're going to have a C squad. And there will be a lot of re-entries at 8 p.m. this evening. I want to welcome everybody into the chat. Hello to Cameron, Sally, Randy, Chris, Gaber. Won't you be my Gaber? Good to see you in here again. Jake Gens, how are you, sir? Dusty Hill. And Big Block Rick, what's up, buddy? How you doing? How many squads? We got 3 of them. 8 o'clock tonight will be the next one. I got 12 hours of coverage for you today with 2-hour breaks in between. I think I went over the pattern for you, Slim Bone Jones, and if you haven't seen the pattern, you can just rewind on YouTube here and you'll have it in just a moment. Just went over it. I popped it up on the screen. It's a house shot, 20-1 ratio, 43 feet in length. Now, let's see. Where do we want to go next? Where do we want to take this take this ship. I guess I should introduce the players that we have in front of us on lanes 23 through 26. Let's do that. On lane 23, we have Chris Forrester bowling with Justin Turner. On lane 24, we have Aaron Martin with Thomas Wynn. Again, Aaron Martin, part of the B team, just B team, which helps sponsors the event. So thank you to Aaron. 25 and 26 right next door, we got Chris Herron and Cliff Edwards, Daniel Dino and Chris Corbin. Corbin and Dino bowl the holiday doubles every year together. Good luck to them. Dino, a very interesting way that he delivers the ball to the line. Take a look here. Delivers off the right foot, and he's a right-handed bowler. And I also call him Christopher Reeves. He looks a lot like Clark Kent out there on the lanes. So those are the players that we have for you here. And I am going to minimize them into the picture-in-picture and introduce 8 new players for you. We'll head over to lanes 27 through 30, where we have Matt Hicks, John Johnson, Kendall Martin and Eric Barnett, Lenny Winters, Jason Connell, and somebody I go way, way, way back with. I used to bowl youth leagues with this guy and his buddies. It was always his team against my team. Aaron Orange. Great to see you, Aaron, out there. He came over and said hello just a little while ago during the break, and also Ahmad Oliver is his partner. So good luck to those guys. A little special place in my heart for Aaron Orange. Now, looking through this list, this is a full squad, everybody. And what I need to do for you all is I need to get you the standings link for this event and get it posted in this in our chat room here. Here we go. Let's do this. Oh, nice. Brad, earlier today, if you guys were listening, I said, hey, if I was ever somebody was going to start fighting me, I'd probably grab Brad to beat him up. He goes, I heard what you said. I got your back anytime, buddy. Thank you, Brad. I appreciate it. Thanks for everything you do for this tournament. All right. All right, so I had a little bit of a better link than this earlier. I'm trying not to have such a long link in here. Let's see what I can do. I'm going to hit the home button here. Oh, this one's pretty good. All right, we're going to go here. I'm going to give you guys a link to the scores and all the information about the tournament. And if my lovely assistant could pin that in the chat, that would be greatly appreciated, because I can't do it here. It just gives me a big heart. So it'd be great if you could do that. All right, so we'll get that pinned up at the top. And that's the link to all of the scores. How you doing, Kristen? Hi, Bill. Great to have all our viewers with us here today. 323 viewers. I said I was going to go over the list of players. I think that's what we should do next. All right, down on lanes 1 and 2 in play today on this squad. Justin Williams is bowling with Johnny Atkinson. Jason Robinson is bowling with Chase Branham. Down on lanes 3 and 4, we got Farrell Williams bowling with Jonathan Holloman. Michael Brownlee is bowling with Clay Hardgrove. On 5 and 6, we got Vanina Carlton bowling with Eugene Beeks. Brian Kramer bowling with Jason Britton. 7 and 8, we got John Perez bowling with my boy DJ Archer. Saw DJ a couple weeks ago down in Springfield. Dimitri Cruz bowling with Billy Rogers. On lanes 9 and 10, we got Donnie Wilson bowling with Brian Kirkendall, a couple of southpaws. We got Donovan Kelly, I should say, bowling with Terrence Bright. On 11 and 12, this is what's interesting. Ryan Barnes and Spencer Robarge are re-entering the tournament. I'm going to pop the standings up again. I think these guys are safe. They're in 6th right now at 37-76, but they have elected to re-bowl. They think they can get more wood out there. Good luck to them. They're on 11 and 12, bowling with Nick Crummell and Tim Barron. Pretty good cross for these guys. Those 4 could light up the leaderboard today. On 13 and 14, we got Brandon Menz bowling with Michelle Barish Salas. We've also got Corey Imhoff bowling with Eric Imhoff. 15 and 16, Tim Crow bowling with Andrew Smith. We've also got Aaron Ruiz bowling with Darren Chafin. 17 and 18, we got Marquez Gowdy bowling with Christian Yeager. 18, there is Tanner Seal and Chad Barrett. Lanes 19 to 20, Glenn Brown bowling with Brian Brigman and Grady Russell bowling with Nolan West. 21 and 22, we got the Dio Bernard bowling with Paul Henderson. Ross Jenner bowling with Terry Salvant III. And 23 and 24, 25 and 6, 27 and 8, 29 and 30. Of course, we've gone over all those players already. Do want to give a special shout out here on 31 and 32, though, to Maya Miller. She came up and dropped me off a couple of bags of cookies just a little while ago from Trader Joe's. And if you've ever been to Trader Joe's, it's a very expensive grocery store to go to. So to pick me up chocolate chip mini cookies from Trader Joe's, that's some high living right there. Thank you, Maya. Certainly do appreciate you giving those to me. And good luck to you today, bowling with your partner, Michael Daly. And then, of course, C.J. Petrin, who was also one of the guys featured in Bowler's Journal this year of being an early pick to be an All-American this year. C.J. bowling with Jake DeVoe. That's our field. It's a full field here. All 32 lanes are taken here on B Squad of the Nightmare Doubles. So if we take a look, we had 23 teams this morning. 32 this block. So 23 and 32. Let's all do the math together. That's 55. We can take another 32 tonight. That'll put us at 87 total entries for this event. That's what we can get to. That would be a record here at the Nightmare Doubles. Again, all the information is pinned at the top of the chat where you can click on scores and you can get all the information you'd like to know from the event. So I think I've covered just about everything. If you have any questions in the chat, feel free to ask me. I'd be more than happy to answer those questions. To those of you that are new to this channel, welcome. We do ask that you subscribe to the channel. You get notified every time we're about to go live and when we do go live. And also you get access to our free instructional content. And I mentioned earlier that I'm going to start doing some bowling ball reviews as well as we're expanding our InsideBowling.com shop to balls, bags, and shoes here in the very near future. So we're looking forward to our expansion here at Inside Bowling, and we certainly would like for you to subscribe to our YouTube channel. We put a lot of work into those videos, and we certainly would appreciate a subscribe to our channel as we are trying to get to 100,000 subscribers. That's my goal. I said once I get to 100,000 subscribers, I'll actually start putting effort into my videos. So if you want my videos to get better, get us to 100,000 subscribers, and I'll actually start trying. Okay? All right, what do we got on the scores? Let's take a look. I see 279 out there a couple times. And during A Squad today on this ridiculously, and I mean that not as a bad thing, but ridiculously easy pattern on the fresh, we saw scores galore game number one. I think we had 4 279s. We had a game in the 280s and a 300. So we're going to see scores early, but when they transition is when they get tough. See Kendall Martin right now stepping up on lane 28. He just bowled the Springfield doubles 2 weeks ago with us. Nice to have him back. A lot of the teams, seeing a lot of the same players the last couple of weeks here on our last two broadcasts. As Corky's told me a couple months ago when we were doing the Ebonite Fall Classic from Waterloo, Iowa, he goes, "Hey, Mike, what's up? It's about to be double season on this channel, 3 doubles tournaments in a row to end out the year," and that is true. Got 277 possible as well out there. I'm going to invert the picture-in-picture. We're going to crisscross here, come back. Let's take a look at the scores over here. We just saw a miss there. Was working on 300. 279 the max. Oh, now 267. Those of you that have been around for a long time, I'm from St. Louis, and they used to always make the lanes so easy in St. Louis. They still do. But 267 with a 9 out in the middle of it is what we call a St. Louis 267. Poking a little fun at my own city. Hey, I'm guilty. The only youth tournament that I won, it was a big tournament in the St. Louis area. It was a Gateway Classic tournament at North Oaks Bowl. You may remember Pete Weber won a tournament at North Oaks Bowl. He beat Bo Burton. And I won my only big U tournament there. I was the king of finishing second. Well, what do you think I bowled in the title match? A St. Louis 267. Yep, I missed a 10 pin in the 6th frame. So that's why I'm allowed to say it, everybody. That's how you get it done in the St. Louis area. 11 strikes, single pin miss, get you a banner. The Big Easy, how are you? Thelma Marcus says, I would really love if they had their names on the back of their shirts. You know what? You and me both. But that's okay. I do have access to this unbelievable database here to where I can kind of pretty much tell you who, where, what, why is going on here. We'll tell you my man Aaron Martin here is one of my favorites. Everybody loves Aaron Martin. He's a good dude. Everybody likes hanging out with him. Everybody really respects his game. He's a Tennessee legend. And just as I talk him up, he misses a 10 pin. And he's not from St. Louis. That's the problem. That doesn't work. That's all right, Aaron. Let's get it going here, bud. You got to get your scores early. You really do. You got to get, I would say you got to go 475 in games 1 and 2. Otherwise, you really got your work cut out for you. That's kind of a minimum score. Oh, nice little bounce out of the back there. That's funny. Brad Brooks came by and said, he's got my back. It's good to know whenever I'm in a bowling center, if anybody's ever going to come after me, that I'm good to go with Brad around. That's good to know. Now, it doesn't mean I'm welcoming anyone to come start beating me up or anything like that. Wouldn't be that hard. Unless you're short. Because I don't mind uppercuts to the kneecap. Doesn't hurt too bad at all. We go north of there, we got problems. My man Aaron Orange out there, big time in it. He can still bowl 260. Bowling with his buddy Ahmad Oliver, who can still bowl 216. Also got 277 left out there as well. You know, I thought there was a chance we might see Mookie Betts at this event this year. The Dodgers were eliminated from the playoffs last year, and he just made it in to bowl with Wesley Lowe. And unfortunately, the Dodgers got eliminated in 3 games. Sorry if it's too soon, Mookie, but I just thought there might be a little possibility that Mookie Betts might have been here this weekend, but to no avail. So I would like to see him back out here competing soon. So while I was gone, that table there either got moved, it had to have gotten moved backwards. Because if you look at the scoreboards, the picture-in-picture was cut beautifully. And if you can tell, there's like gaps now on the right and the left. So someone must have moved the table a little bit backwards. And the thing that's unfortunate about that is if I adjust them, all my other picture-in-picture stuff that I created will also all have to be redone exactly the same way. So I think for now I'm just going to let it be. And I'm definitely speaking words of wisdom, let it be. So we're just going to let it be for right now. If it's not bothering you, it's not bothering me. If you notice that it's bothering you, let me know. And I can get to work on rebuilding some stuff. But so we got 258, 275 start here. That's a hell of a start here from the team of Winters and Connell. 265, excuse me. So that's a nice little 523 start, and that's exactly what you want to do here. It's exactly what you want to do. Orange and Oliver, the double O team here, 475. That's exactly what I said you needed to do also. 475 the first couple of games is perfect. Kendall Martin had 247. John Johnson. Nice game, Aaron. Must not be loud enough. Good game. There we go. Got me there. 279. That's tough. Partner bowls 186. You're going to bowl 279. Almost Century Award your partner. But, hey, that's how you keep your partner in it. If he could pop another big game and his partner finds something here, that'd be fine after 2. That's a little in. Yeah, didn't look good off his hand. So they're going to be in the 450s. Let's flip them here. Let's take a look at some other scores. 193, 258, 203, 244, 234, 228, 190, 237. So a little bit slower pace here, at least on the pairs that we had here in game number 1. Hey guys, thanks for my voice sounding a little stronger here. Maybe it was the on the border for lunch that I had. What do you guys think? All right, let's see. They do change lanes after every game. They skipped a pair last set. It wasn't just skip one pair. It was skipped quite a few. Yeah. I just want to say, Mike, we sure do appreciate you and Inside Bowling for bringing us these events. Us bowling fanatics are in your debt. Plus, you're the best commentator in bowling. Well, the Big Easy, I mean, do we really need to? It's kind of like saying the sky is blue, right? I mean, it's pretty obvious. No, thank you, sir. Really do appreciate it. Dusty, yeah, 250, 260. That's a hell of a start. Hey, Chris, thanks for finding our channel. Where you been for the last 10 years, by the way? We've been changing our shoes and putting sweaters on for all of our Gabers for quite a while. Dusty, no margarita for me today, pal. Doesn't mix well with my B3, my vitamin C, my other vitamins that I can't pronounce. That just doesn't go well. It's just not a good mix. My man TQ, man. I'm looking for good taco. I know you got good burger there. I'm looking for good taco. You got good burger. I think I'm gonna enter this event and wear shirts like that, but it's gonna say like mediocre taco, and bowl right next to you guys. Good burger, right? That sounds good. You guys bowling again? You're gonna bowl C? C? All right. All right, everybody. I love seeing these people out on the road. I love interacting with them. Doesn't look like we have. Oh, we do have bowling. Do we have bowling? Oh, heck yeah, we got bowling. Let's just full screen these guys. Daniel Dino. Watch him slide off the right foot. Tell me this dude is not Christopher Reeves. Look, watch. That's Christopher Reeves, man. Superman. Right there. Chris asks, what's the best way to find local tournaments? Really, if you want me to be honest with you? I would go to Facebook. Head over to Facebook, and that's where you're gonna. That's when you're gonna get a majority of information about tournaments. Definitely on Facebook. Definitely Facebook. Facebook. That's where I'd go. All right, so as I go in here, I got to figure out how I'm going to present the information to you guys here in future games. Got Chris Herron, Cliff Edwards, Daniel Dino, Chris Corbin, and then moving in next door, Terry Solvent, excuse me, no, it's Chris Forrester, Justin Turner, Aaron Martin, and Thomas Wynn. So we've seen these guys bowling on the prior streams. They're moving to the right. So I am going to minimize that group and bring in some new players, where it appears we have Glenn Brown and Brian Brigman. That's over on 23 and 24 with Grady Russell and Nolan West. And we get to see the Dio Bernard and Paul Henderson, along with Ross Jenner and Terry Solvent III. Some of the other names like Archer and Barnes and Robarge and Crummel and Farrow and all those guys, the bigger names that I know a lot of you like to watch, they'll be coming down the next couple of games as they work their way through the bowling center. We are using all 32 lanes now, so it's going to take a little while for them to get down here. Dusty got my reference earlier. Speaking of which, what time is the People's Court on? Were you able to get connected to the internet okay over there? You don't have an Ethernet cable with you, do you? I have another one. It just happens to be 100 feet. Does that thing have a Ethernet port on it? Back right? Or is it one that you got to plug in and you didn't bring an Ethernet adapter? I used to carry one of those with me. Folks, I'm going to refill my water, and I'll be right back. But here, let's do this before I leave, because I want you guys to all feel like you're getting your money's worth here. How much do you guys pay to get into this thing? What's our subscription fee here? Couldn't remember. Let me see here. All right, we're going to run a poll. We're going to run a poll. Hit the plus button. Start a poll. How many 300 games on this squad? We're going to go with 1. Actually, we're going to go with 0. 1 to 2. 3 to 4. Actually, we're going to go 3 exactly. I'm really going to make you guys decide on this. 4 or more. We're going to start that poll right now. When I come back from refilling my water, I'm going to give you the poll results. That's when we're going to stop the poll. I'll be right back. All right, everybody, what did we vote? What did we vote here? Let's see how the poll's coming in. I'm going to end the poll right now. How many 300 games here? You guys said 1 to 2, 48%. That's pretty good. That's where I'd put myself in there, too. 28% said 3. 15% said 0, 4 or more, 7% of you. All right. Let me check through game number 1, make sure we didn't have any 300 games, because I certainly could have missed one. My Command F does not say that a 300 game existed in game number 1. Now I'm going to peruse the standings. Let me see. 290 for Glenn Brown. 290 for Glenn Brown. Couple 267s in there. 3 267s. All right. Now, I need to try to find a way to deliver you guys standings. Let me try to figure that out really quick. Nightmare doubles. If I refresh that. You know, I think I am just going to do this squad. Yeah, I'm going to start with that. Let's see how that looks. Ninth. 29th. Let's try something like that. Up just a hair. This is going to be a little tricky, folks, until I get into a rhythm. Okay. Let's go ahead and take a look at the standings after game number 1. I believe all the scores are in. Let me just double check this. Yep, they're all in. Here we go. Yep, looks like I'm one off. Thank you. There we go. There it is. All right. Lenny Winters and Jason Connell bowled 523. Now, let me see. A lot of names on this squad. A lot of names on this one. $258 for Lenny, $265 for Jason. They're your tournament leaders from this squad. CJ Petrin and Jake DeVoe had 514. Dimitri Cruz and Billy Rogers had 511. Justin Williams and Johnny Atkinson had 510. Dio Bernard and Paul Henderson had 504. Ryan Barnes and Spencer Robarge had 502. Crummell and Barrett, 499. Perez and Archer, 492. Donnie Wilson and Brian Kirkendall, 482. Along with Brown and Brigman. Farrow and Jonathan Holloman, along with Aaron Ruiz and Darren Chafin, all had 479. Tim Crow and Andrew Smith had 478. Marquez Gowdy and Christian Yeager had 476. Aaron Orange, Ahmad Oliver, 475. I'm gonna stop at the 475 number right now because I believe you want to bowl 475 or better to get started here. Is kind of a goal that I would have. So there you go. Mike, where can we find the scores? Oh, it's already been answered in our chat. Glad he threw the scores up so I can miss GBJ in that 9 count. Oh, you're welcome. You know, I'm always curious. You guys know that I'm in Bolero Bartlett here in Tennessee, a suburb of Memphis. But I have no idea where you guys are from. Could you tell me? Tell me where you're from and one snippet of what your day looks like. What do you got going on today? Let me know in the chat. I'm curious. I'd like to know what you guys got going on. What am I missing out on here in the world? You know, maybe Sean Laver will come over and join me in the booth. Maybe I'll get him to do that. I just spent a little bit of time talking to him. I think he can probably do that. All right, let's see where everybody's from. Bartlett working. Hey, Kenny. Rhode Island, stacking firewood. You're stacking firewood and watching this? Great. Omaha, Nebraska. My name is Colton. Pittsburgh, watching football. Starting bowling at the center when it opened in 1977. No kidding. Tracy from California, just outside the Bay Area. Already did yard work, so just sitting back doing some relaxing. That's always nice. Rockford, kid's birthday party. Hello to Wisconsin. Cold and rainy in central Pennsylvania. Cabot, Arkansas. Cabot Fest this AM. Football, bowling now. Back to Cabot Fest later for funnel cakes and carnival games. I'm out of here. I'm joining you. Driving home from a tournament. San Angelo, Texas. Being lazy after 4 straight days of bowling. Sarasota, Florida. About to go for a joyride in my 2002 Trans Am. All right, Smokey and the Bandit. Little Rock, Arkansas, I'm working. Peoria, Illinois, hanging out. Ottawa, Kansas, just chilling, watching bowling and football. Rochester, Milwaukee, Michigan, Southern Massachusetts, Northern Illinois. Currently sitting in my car in the park watching bowling while my daughter naps. Oh, wow. I'll try to keep it down. California, eating lunch. Bangor, Maine. Hello, Maine. Overland Park, Kansas. Seattle, Washington, making some gumbo. Nice. Casper, Wyoming. Bigger dude in Oakland. Rio Ranchero, New Mexico, just chilling. Christians from Dagsboro, Delaware. Dragsboro, as she likes to call it. Still working on landing a job and moving out of my parents' house. Well, it'll come, Kristen, it'll come. Taylor, Michigan, flyover Central, a.k.a. home of the Chiefs. Yeah, there you go. Springfield, Missouri, done with housework, so watching this, originally from Bel Air, Maryland. Hey, well, the point of this little exercise is I don't take it for granted that you guys have a choice on what you do with your time, and the fact that you want to come spend a little bit of time here with me watching bowling. I just want you to know how much I really appreciate the fact that you do so. Our scores here, we do have a possible 278 up there on the board. We had 257 posted with a 220 for Brian here. Can still come up. We got Dio. Can still bowl 2-teen, or small 200s, I should say, 212. That's not a teen. I'm gonna flip-flop our pairs here. Aaron Martin can bowl 237. His partner can bowl 246. We got 235 posted. We got a 238 and a 170. I would say overall the scores are lower this squad. They do seem lower this squad. They do seem lower overall. Whoa. Sorry about that. It says game 6 of 8. That is not accurate. That's not accurate. I loaded in all my graphics, and for some reason it defaulted over there. I should have just saw that. It's my bad. Cabot. That's right. Not Cabot. I know. That's right. I remember that. Thank you. All right, everybody. I did talk to Sean Lavery Spar. He says he is going to come in and join us here shortly. He's got something he's going to do down with a couple of guys that's bowling in the tournament that he's helping. Then he said he would come down and spend a little bit of time with us. So get your questions ready for Sean. He has won this event the last 2 years with his partner Michael Holloman, and also won 2 weeks ago, and we never got a chance to interview him on the air when the event was over because we were running so long. Looks like we really just need to only be here. You guys are asking what they're bowling on. I will pop that pattern up on the screen. It is pretty much a house condition. It's 20-to-1 ratio, 43 feet in length. 26.29 milliliters of oil. So 266 after that 9-pin. They're going to be in the 480s. And we've got 79 and 37. Little 516 up there. Very nice. 500s are good. They don't have a C-Squad list right now. But I think I can take a peek on the access that I have. Let me see something here. 7 o'clock. I'll go to scores, actually. Scores. By game. Let me see what this does. Yeah, I'm showing for tonight right now. We got Colin Bradley, Maurice Chambers, Daniel Chavez, Nick Contreras, Tim Hollins, Damon Sally, Josh White, Alex Witt, Daley Young, Anthony Bledsoe, Matthew Chancellor, Ryan Cox, Matthew Holloman, Alex Naramore, James Richards, Mike Seeley, Richie Tharp, and Chris Watkins bowling tonight. But that doesn't include all of the re-entries that we may or should see here this evening. I just got the weirdest email, everybody. I mean, I'm on air right now, okay, and you know, guys, I like to talk about a lot of different things. And I think I'm gonna share. I think I'm gonna share the email that I just got. I get some really weird things. Like I'm gonna tell you guys right now. Last night I'm laying in bed in the hotel, and I forgot to put my phone on silent. I almost always do that, but last night I didn't, and I hear my Facebook Messenger go off, and it's one of those message requests. And the request comes in last night, and it says, "Mike, I still wish you were doing podcasts. Those were awesome." I appreciate messages like that. It's just, you know, I just get a lot of messages, which is cool. I love it. I love it. But I was just going through my emails real quick because I like to keep my emails in check. I don't want to go back to the hotel or to dinner or anything, and I have like a million emails. So I try to take a second while I'm on air and just kind of go through and clean them up a little bit. And I got this email that says Insight, and then it says, Mike, why do we have to have? And I was like, oh boy, here we go. Okay, so I'm going to read this email to you guys. I think you guys will find this interesting. So, the first thing I want to tell you is there's a director named Mike Flanagan, and he's also a balding white man, and we probably look 40% alike, which is enough for people to think we're the same person. We are going into game number 3, right? Okay. So if Vin Scully can tell stories about Torrey Hunter having a crack pipe in his jacket while he's broadcasting for the Dodgers, I think I can share this email with you guys. Not to compare myself to Vin Scully, but... All right, here we go. I just got this email. The title of the email is Insight. And it says, Mike, why do we have to have 3 gay couples in one series? Not only that, but you cast an interracial couple, another gay couple, and lastly a guy who is gay, but as people like to say nowadays, fluid by going which way the wind blows. This is not realistic and turns many people off. Why is this necessary to put on display and outside of LA, not even close to normal? You truly live in a bubble. Most people want good, solid family values, and this distorts and destroys family values. I am sure you and everyone wants to complicate life with all this garbage. We need to resume a healthy role model for children. I, as well as a majority of this country, want that. Why is that so difficult for directors nowadays? So I know that this was meant for the director, Mike Flanagan, not for me. But somewhere, some way, somehow, someone wrote to my email address, which is mike@insidebowling.com, and sent this thinking it's the director of all these haunted films to me. I'm on the air currently, so when I get a message like this, I'm like, what did I say earlier that was offensive? Thought I'd share it with the audience today. Tell me what you guys think of that. And oh, by the way, I have no issues with anyone, anything, or anybody whatsoever. I don't know if you ever met. That's my girlfriend, Kim, by the way. Sean. I think he bowled some IB Opens as she was running the office or something like that. Cool. You're actually number 1 today. I'm number 2 today. So we'll just turn you up like that.
All right.
Hey, folks, I told you that I was going to have a special guest, and I'm going to bring it into the booth for just a second. Okay, so you're going to be on camera here for a moment. Hey, everybody, it's a superstar. It's the guy that killed it 2 weeks ago, and it's the guy that's won this tournament the last 2 years in a row with his partner, Michael Holloman. Nice to have you with us, Sean Lavery. And is it Sean Lavery Spar or just Sean Lavery now?
It's Lavery-Spar.
Oh, that's right, Lavery.
Yeah. When I made Facebook forever ago, I just only put one last name, so.
Well, what's throwing me for a loop is in Springfield, they didn't put the Spar on there. And then here, I didn't see it again. I'm like, I wonder if the dude just changed his name. I'm used to doing the PBA all year.
Yeah, I just don't correct people. Whatever they put is fine with me. Just is what it is. So.
All right. All right. Well, all good. Well, I asked you to come over here because you've been bowling so good, and I saw you just kind of walking around the bowling center. Nobody wants to listen to just me all day, so thanks for coming over.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Does your headset sound okay? Can you hear?
Yep.
Is it too loud or anything?
No,
You're good.
perfect.
Okay.
Perfect.
So this Nightmare Doubles tournament, man, it's always on something kind of easy. 20-1 oil pattern here, and you guys have had success the last couple years, and I wouldn't call you guys house bowlers by any means. Why is it that you guys bowl so well together on such easy conditions?
I think a lot of it is, when my ball reaction's good, we take advantage of it. When his is good, we take advantage of it. I think the benefits of having a righty and a lefty is, generally you're both not going to struggle at the same time. For instance, a lot of people watched the last game. I had 2-0, he had 300. We were pretty even going into that point. He had a couple, 2-1 games. I had a couple 2-1 games. But I think we communicate really well. We don't get frustrated with each other. I know a lot of teammates, when one guy's not bowling good, the other guy gets frustrated, then he lets it affect what's going on with him. And, I think a lot of it is just having confidence in each other that, we're going to step up and do what we need to do. And, 2 years ago, we got pretty fortunate. We bowled really well in round robin and were able to win. Last year, we kind of led from the beginning, and different bowling center. I'd never bowled here before. He had kind of given me, some of the characteristics of it, and I kind of took it and ran with it, and bowled really well in qualifying. But just you get a certain group of people, and you just mesh really well with them, and things seem to work out. And I'm not real big on changing partners. When I commit to bowl something with somebody, I like generally sticking around with that person unless something warrants having to change. And I bowled this tournament the first year they had it with my brother, and then he wasn't able to bowl the second year. Thankfully, Michael was looking for somebody, and it just kind of worked out, and got off to a good start today, and hopefully keep it up tomorrow. So
Yeah, I was looking at the scores here. You go 257. Michael has 249. Then you bowl 213. He bowls 237. So kind of a down game.
Mm-hmm.
237 for you, 256 for Michael. Then you come back with 268. He follows it up with you with 259. Then you bowl 249. He bowls 234. You both kind of, in game number 6, found a little transition there, 211 and 213, which was your low game of the day. And then you fire off 279. He comes right along for the ride with 278, which was that monster game that vaulted you guys to the lead with about a 70-pin lead at that point. And then the last game you hit a pair. Lane 25, we saw it earlier, was very, very tricky for folks. We saw a lot of buckets, actually. I know you told me that it hooked a lot, but it's because players were trying to adjust and couldn't get it around the corner. You bowl 2-0. He bowls 300.
Yeah, the 2-1 game, my ball reaction was just bad. And then he wanted to play a little straighter, so he went to that hustle that he threw the last two, but he tried to play a little straighter and throw it over the front. And that's kind of what I tell people about getting frustrated and stuff. He big forward in the 10th, and in the long run, it was actually a blessing in disguise, because had he doubled, he probably would have kept throwing it a little straighter. And once he big forward, he kind of knew, like, okay, I've got to, move in and do the Michael Holloman thing and big wheel it. And, he big forward, but he parlays it into 578 the last two, and that's kind of where, we were talking and stuff like that. And, not getting frustrated. And, we had 470 going in the 10th. I 9 spared on a strike. He big forward on a strike. Bowled 420, which wasn't a very good game today. And, but you just kind of communicate as a team. And, he told me, he's like, man, I think I need to move in and hook it. And I was like, okay, I'm on board with that. And, he caught 578 the last game, thankfully, or for the last two. Thankfully, the second pair, or the game 7, that pair was pretty good for me too. So we had the 550. And then, like I said, the last game, the left lane was weird. I 4-pinned a couple times, and I got on the other side of it, finally struck, then I flat-10 to the 10th, and it was just a weird lane. So, but he held me up.
We saw a lot of teams bowl 410, 420 one of the games, even like a bunch of the leaders. So it happens, and you got to try to bail those games out as much as possible, make sure they don't turn into 350.
Yeah. They were easy, but they weren't. you definitely had to bowl. You know, there's to me there's a difference between being easy and being easy to the point, but you still have to bowl, and that's kind of how they felt today. Obviously, there's a lot of strikes to go around, but especially once you got a little later into the block, some of the lanes were a little tricky. You know, we caught a pair that we caught the pair that I had 260 and he had 250. Was pretty tight, and then we went to the next pair, and we were, I was 6 left by the third frame, off of the pair I just pulled 260 on. So a lot of it is just being aware. It definitely wasn't, stand in a spot and throw it to the right, and you're going to average 260 all day. It definitely took some strategy, and I think you saw that a lot with the teams that were, putting the 4-10 games in there. It was a lot of high caliber teams, and they'd bowl 530 and then they turn around and bowl 410, and it's definitely not execution. It's definitely just kind of catching something that you're not super aware of and trying to manage the transition, and like you said, just making sure that your bad game is going to be 420 or 430 and not 350, because you can survive a 430 game, but those 350s are hard to come back from.
Yeah, they really are, and we saw some of them out there as well here today. So I do want to pop up and take a look at the standings here. I also have a booth graphic here to let everybody know who's in the booth with me. Looks all spiffy. Your name's up there, spelled correctly, I believe. I think we've got everything right there.
Yes, sir.
All right, cool. Well, here's our standings after 2. We can dissect this together. This squad only here, you got CJ Petrin and Jake DeVoe, who are a couple great players. 514 and 498. They sit at 1,012. You got old Jean Perez and DJ Archer. They're consistent as ever. They're 492, 492. They sit at 984.
Yeah, no surprise there.
Along with the Southpaws, Wilson and Kirkendall. I wish they'd have done this last week because I had them in the Calcutta. Bernard and Henderson here, 982. That's where they sit after a couple of games. And we look at Corey Imhoff, Eric Imhoff, sit at 961. Tim Crow and Andrew Smith at 959. At 953, we got Ross Jenner and Terry Solvent III. And I'm going to draw the line there because I told our viewers that after 2 games here, you really want the goal to be 475, 475 or higher. I feel like if you're at 950 after 2, you're getting the good on it early, which is what I think everybody has to do on this pattern. Before the transition hits, you need to bowl at least 475 each game. So you can see how everybody else is doing up there. If you guys want to look at that, you can also go over to the link that we have pinned at the top of the chat. But right now, we got some teams off to a pretty good start. But overall, with 32 teams on this squad, I would say the scoring pace is down a bit from the first squad.
Yeah, I was actually kind of surprised. I'm not a real big score watcher. And I was talking to my brother in AJ game 7, and we both had triple 9 spare double or whatever it was in the 6th frame, and was kind of talking to them, and then just kind of looking around. You always assume the scores are higher than they are, and just kind of said something. Anthony had asked me if I'd looked at the scores, and I said no, I hadn't really looked at them, and then after that game, he had told me we were leading. We bowled 550. He was like, "Yeah, y'all are in first by 80," and I was really surprised. But yeah, I definitely agree. I definitely think being able to take advantage of the first 2 pairs when they're fresh and getting some score out of them. That way, when you do catch, inevitably the one pair that you're going to catch the transition on, and like you said, trying to bail out 410, 420. Chasing score is never ideal. So if you get off to a pretty good start and then, kind of survive that pair, it's a little better versus, only being 60, 70 over the first 2 games and then trying to catch that pair and then knowing you have to bowl a couple 500 games to get up there.
Yeah, so if you guys take this one down, this would be a nice month for you.
Yeah,
financially.
Yeah.
And trophy-wise, too, but come on.
Yeah, the getting the win in Springfield was nice. Finishing second last year, losing Anthony and Packy. It was good to redeem ourselves. Obviously coming in here, winning the last 2 years was definitely cool to see that, a lot of the hard work that Corquis and BK and Shauna have done.
Yep.
The caliber of bowlers that they've been able to get out here was super impressive. So, yeah, I mean, just would be cool, but just kind of do one thing at a time. And we kind of, like I said, we started off decent and just kind of grinded through, caught the heater on the end, and just to do what we can do. And there's a lot of good teams, but yeah, I mean, it just the me and you had a conversation about that a couple minutes ago about unfortunately you're not going to bowl good forever, so just try and ride the wave when you catch it and take advantage of it. And
Yeah, I went down to talk to Sean a little while ago what he's talking about, and when you stream these events, these non-PBA events that are high-end tournaments, different patterns. Some of them are on brutal conditions, some of them are on easy conditions. Some guys just don't care what the condition is, right? And I look at those people over the years in the history of our game when I was, a youth bowler and things like that. And I was talking to Sean about some of the greats over the years that they really were, you got to recognize them on World Team Challenge telecasts because so many bowlers could get on those TV shows. But I was mentioning to him, if you look back at the Rick Millers of the world, the Rob Gottschalks of the world, the Mike Licksteins of the world, Dave Gwindon, all these guys, Bill Hoffman, Lenny Blakey, just a lot of different guys. I could name so many of them, Lonnie Wallachek, Billy Murphy, these guys. We don't have World Team Challenges anymore. And I just told Sean, I said, I have the utmost respect for these guys, and I said, I always try to say, who would those guys be right now if the structure was the same as what we had in the late 90s? And I was telling Sean, and I handpick a few guys every year that I mention this to, and I just put Sean in that realm of today's bowlers. If we had those things, Sean would be one of those guys that you see on TV all the time in World Team Challenges because, number one, other people would want to bowl with him to build these super teams. And number two, he's just such a great teammate, and there's no drama with you, and there's no BS, and you're just going to go out there and knock the pins down however you have to do it, and you're going to help everybody around you and make them better. And that's what that was the first topic of conversation that we had that with. And USBC wanted to bring the World Team Challenges back, and I think they're still going to at some point. I assume it's going to happen. It was on the docket, then COVID happened. I got to imagine they're going to run that back at some point. But we were talking about that, and I love the history of the game, and I put you right in there with those guys that have nerves of steel and just make everybody around them better.
Yeah, and that's a monumental compliment, and I accredit it a lot to growing up in DFW. When I started bowling adult tournaments, there were so many good bowlers, and they let you know. If you couldn't throw it and you couldn't perform, and it just got harder and harder and harder. And at some point, to me, you either got to accept that sometimes you're going to fail, and it's just not going to work out. But it's just another shot. And I love bowling doubles events. I love bowling team events. Just having somebody else that you can rely on, and bowling on tour, it's majority singles events, so you get a ball rep and stuff like that, but you're kind of out there on an island by yourself trying to figure things out for yourself. And bowling the doubles event, like I said, bowling the doubles and the team events and stuff, having somebody else to bounce ideas off of and somebody else in your corner that's cheering for you, you want to perform for that person. And I think that's where a lot of it comes from is it's easier to let yourself down than it is to let somebody else down. And so, you really try and rise to that moment because you really don't, that you're, and I'm thankful that I get to bowl with the people that I bowl with. And, you want them to have that confidence in you, like, hey, I want to bowl with this guy. And, like I said, it's just, just trying to clear your mind and make good shots, and just like I said, have that team chemistry, and not get ahead of yourself, and not let the one bad thing that happens kind of run the derail you from the end goal. And like I said, I just and especially getting to experience the PBA league for the first time this year, just made me even more appreciate the team environment. And like I said, and I'm super fortunate to get to bowl with the people that I bowl with, and I do the best I can for them.
Yeah, no doubt. Tanner Seal, by the way, I wasn't going to draw a light to this because I'm the Black Cloud, but he does have the front 7. So if he misses on the next shot, it's fully my fault. If he doesn't, I covered it like I should. That he does have the front 7 in front of us here up on our monitors. Talking it over with Sean Lavery Spar. And Sean, one other thing I wanted to bring up. We didn't get a chance to interview you last week, but you guys are all buddies out here. But people chirp at one another, as Kevin Williams likes to say. And a couple weeks ago, when we had the Springfield doubles, a young man, a team that you bowled against, took to Facebook and mentioned something about how they were eliminated from the tournament because of some lucky breaks, I believe it was. And I wasn't aware of this because I was busy doing my thing up here. And after the tournament was over, you came up to the booth, you grabbed a headset, and you had a couple of things to say regarding, I believe it was heart, and what was the other one?
Heart and talent, not
yeah.
luck.
What was that all about? What happened there?
I was a little fired up in that moment. I've had my fair share of being a sore loser. I'm not going to dispute that. And unfortunately, nobody likes to get Brooklyn's thrown on them, and we're good now. But I think it was very frustrating in that moment because me and AJ had kind of committed to playing to the right. That pair was pretty chewed up in the middle. We made a guess. I kind of abandoned what I was doing. AJ had a couple of good breaks the second game, but then we stepped up and performed and did what we needed to do. We bowled two really good games to win that match, and to kind of get discredited for performing based off of a couple of shots, to me just didn't sit right with me. And again, nobody likes losing, and I know a lot of people, you focus on that, but breaks come in all different forms. Oh, by the way, your guy is the front A.
I know. Yeah. No, I saw it. I watched him left lane. Yeah, it was a good shot. In that moment, he really felt like they had a path to win that tournament, and and I don't fault him for being upset about losing or anything like that. It just, to me, and I'm not tooting my own horn or anything like that, but when you lose to arguably two of the best players in the world and you basically just say that they got lucky to beat you, I took it personally. And like I said, breaks come in all shapes and forms. Just because somebody throws at Brooklyn and then you cave the big four, they're both breaks. You missing by 5 and you go high and trip something, and then AJ misses by 5 and he goes Brooklyn, it's the same miss. Sure. And that's where I think people put too much emphasis on, he threw at Brooklyn, because yes, it is Brooklyn, it's not a good shot, but you're making me and AJ are making 5 and 2s at a time. Unfortunately that kind of thing is going to happen when you're making a guess, and and I wouldn't have taken it so personally had, we basically lucked had 2 games or whatever. But the fact that me and AJ did that and then stepped up the next game and had 279 going into the 10th and the game was already won. And then the last game we had spare 7-bagger and it shut that game out. I just didn't like the fact that we basically got discredited for winning that match. And, but. Front 9 now.
Just clutch. There's no Mike Flanagan Black Cloud on this guy.
No, he's playing him right. He's playing him like I would. That's why there's no Black Cloud. When they play the lanes exactly like I would, which is perfect, that's when the Black Cloud doesn't happen.
But we've all been there. We've all made comments. I've made comments. Everybody's made comments about people throwing at Brooklyn or whatever it is. And, so it is what it is. I just, in that moment, I was a little fired up about it.
I thought it was cool. Yeah. But you guys are good now.
Yeah. But,
and he's a feisty competitor.
Yeah, and I had no problem with it. It just, like I said, when you step up and do something and perform, and then you basically get discredited for your performance because just basically saying you got lucky, that's kind of how I took that. And but like I said, we've all been in that position. We've all made the comments. We've all been there, done that. So,
Hey.
he's not the first. He hasn't done anything I haven't done. So, sitting here, saying, oh yeah, whatever, but
Well,
I think,
he's bowling this tournament too, so we'll
yeah,
see.
and
all good.
yeah, and like I said, I hope they bowl well, and
Sure.
but yeah, like I said, in that moment, it was just, trying to bowl the title match, and then I saw that, and just it is what it is.
Well, thanks for telling me. Giving a little insight to folks. Stuff like that goes on. This is inside bowling. We like to tell the inside scoop here. But we got Tanner Seal here, who's on the front nine. More importantly, they can bowl 538 as a team.
That is a very, very good game.
So here we go.
Great shot. Take that, Mike Flanagan, Black Cloud.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, and they're only 12 over after 2 games, so they definitely this game is definitely coming at the right time.
Yeah, this is like bowling 440, 440, 440.
Yep. But last thing I'm going to say about that too is, like I said, we're all out here, and you're bowling for a lot of money too. So that's the thing that I feel like people forget, is that how much money is actually the difference between winning a tournament and losing in the round of 8. So it's okay to be frustrated and definitely get your frustrations out sometimes. So
especially when you had a long drive and the day's running so long too. Boy, that was a long.
And you're talking about thousands and thousands of dollars.
Yep. Makes a big difference. Here we go, Tanner. Got that one a little bit further wide early,
shot.
but it's set up nice.
So did we only have the 1-300 the first
we
squad?
had 2.
Did we have 2?
Sean, I've kind of got this down now.
Oh, Jordan Smith had one.
I'm keeping
I forgot
notes
Jordan
now.
Smith.
I'm actually,
Jordan
and the
Smith
chat's
had
actually
one.
helping me. Like they're telling me mark down the pair, what game it was in. So I got it now. We can max at 87 entries in this thing.
Yeah, I saw Carl Williams had 299, and somebody said, "Oh, just missed the first 300," and I forgot Jordan had bowled 300 game 1.
Yep. Jordan and Michael, those are the 2 so far. Game 1 and Game 8 of A Squad, lane 23 and lane 25.
Now we could have 27.
Yep, right here. 23, 25, 27. So we'll have one on 29 next, and then maybe 21. Odd numbers only, I guess. That's where they finish their games. All right, here we go. Tanner Seal. 299.
Still a good score.
Sure is. See if his partner can finish it out here with him. Sean, the other thing we were talking about down there was the one thing that I've kind of noticed, and I don't remember everything, but when you do rarely bowl a mediocre game, 200, 190, whatever it is, it seems like no matter who you bowl with, your partner bowls a massive game with you, and that is so key to doubles bowling. I see it all the time, but for some reason, when you're struggling, whatever partner you pick, that's when they're matched up, and the momentum can just keep carrying forward. That's pretty cool.
Good partner picks. Yeah, and that's kind of where, having full confidence in the guy that you're bowling with. Unfortunately, when you bowl a lot of doubles tournaments, you see, one person blaming another or whatever it is, and, it's just not a good look, unfortunately. And I think that's where, you know that the guy you're bowling with, even when he's struggling, is going to figure it out at some point. And so it makes it easier for you to perform when they don't have it, because you're not feeling like, okay, this is going to be a constant thing. Like, I'm constantly going to have to bowl 260 because the best they're going to bowl is 2-1. And so I think that makes it a lot easier, because, it could very well be the other way around the next game. And, especially for me and Michael, we've bowled the last 2 years of this tournament, and I bet we're averaging within 2 pins of each other for all the individual games we've bowled.
Yep.
And so, he knows, he had it that game. He took advantage of it. I grinded, did what I could, and, very well could have a game like that tomorrow. And that's where picking your partner is super key, because you want somebody that's going to have that confidence in you, and not let it oh man, this guy, I got to bowl 270 every game because he's only going to bowl 2-0 and this and that.
Well, I think you guys are fearless, right? So what'll happen is somebody will light it up for a game or two, or maybe 3, or even longer if you're lucky in the same ball. Then all of a sudden, through the face, big 4, Greek church, something like that, and you're like, hey man, I'm gonna have to make that massive move. It's a guess. It's a big guess. And that's the game where maybe you bowl 2-0, 2-teen, you throw the last 6 for 220, something like that. But your other partner has already caught some transition and has already made that move the game before, and it's just cool navigating the waters that way together.
And especially bowling with like AJ and my brother and like some of the other right-handers that I bowl with, we all see the lane pretty well. So generally speaking, they'll make the move. And then if I'm behind it, then they'll be like, hey, you need to make this same move. So I'll bowl 2-1, 220, they'll bowl 250, 260, whatever it is, and then we get right back on pace. Bowling with a lefty, it's a little tougher because you're kind of on your own, but, but like I said, that's the advantage of it, that, you catch a pair like we bowled on the last game where, the left lane was kind of goofy, and, Nick and Daryl, actually, the two guys we bowled with, actually bowled really, really well on that pair, and I just didn't see it the right way. But, thankfully I had Michael, and, he didn't have to deal with that side of the lane, and, he bowled 300, and then, like I said, tomorrow we may have a pair that the left's not super great on and the right's good, and, I'll bowl a big game and hold him up, and, just how it works. But, yeah, I am very fortunate that you are right, that it always does seem like when I bowl 2-0, 2-1 that whoever I'm bowling with finds the berries that game. So
we're just about into game 4. We got some new players coming over. I'll introduce them. We're talking it over with Sean Lavery Spar, and this event here is growing every year. We got a C squad coming up tonight at 8 o'clock. I anticipate it being pretty close to full. We'll get you some scoring updates as well. But there is one other thing I want to touch on before I let you get out of here. And we touched on it back in Shawnee, and I don't want to. I don't want to do a deep dive into it again. I don't want to do a deep dive again. But I just want to make sure that my audience understands your human interest story, that in my opinion is one of the most positive stories that came out of it. Good to see you. We all dealt with COVID, and I don't want to get into those politics. I just got lit up for reading an email that came to me that they thought was for Mike Flanagan, the director, and I was just trying to let you know some of the BS I deal with. But Sean was affected by COVID. You were in bad shape during COVID, and it was almost life-threatening. It could have happened. And when I saw you bowl so well in Shawnee this year at the PBA Shawnee Classic, this man absolutely lit him up for a block. It was almost a scoring record. It was unbelievable what you did on that block, and you had a very emotional moment with me in the booth and stuff. And I do appreciate that. Everybody at home really loved it. But if you could share with my audience just kind of what you went through during COVID, and really what your experience was, and how you look at bowling now compared to prior to that is really what I want people to hear.
Yeah. So basically. Ended up with COVID pneumonia, double pneumonia, and was in the hospital for 9 days, got out, home for a couple days, right lung partially collapsed, had to go back for 4, so total was in the hospital for 13 days. Was on oxygen when I got home for about 3 weeks. And then that whole, I halfway through January, about a month and a half after, kind of started bowling again. Was very fortunate, won a doubles tournament, kind of got my confidence back. But yeah, it was crazy bowling that half of the tour season that I bowled when I made the show in Lubbock. A lot of people don't know I was still traveling with an oxygen concentrator because I had to sleep with it at night. And it was rough, but I've told people I think I credit a lot of the success that I've had in the last 2 years to that, because it gave me a different perspective on bowling, and the things that you used to feel like mattered a lot, they really don't. And, you just don't know, what's going to happen from day to day. And so making yourself miserable after you bowl bad or whatever, it's just not, to me, it's not the way to go about life. And, so I stopped letting a lot of the bad things that happen while you're bowling, feeling like you never catch the breaks, feeling like, everything's against you, whatever it is. I kind of let all that go and just was like, you know what? I'm just going to come out here, enjoy myself, try and have some success, and just be, and have fun doing what I'm doing. And, man, to just say it's made the world of difference is an understatement. And, learning to let go, and realizing that everything's not as bad as it seems, and just being, I've said this multiple times, just being able to, accept that, you're going to make shots that aren't going to strike, you're going to make good shots that split, you just kind of have to move on from it. But, unfortunately, you just never know from day to day what's going to happen. And so, you just don't want your last experience to be a bad one. And so, going out and just, being miserable is just not the way to go about it. And I think that, it's made a huge impact because I've noticed over the last, like I said, year and a half, 2 years that, I've gotten, a lot of those breaks that, I look around and I'm like, oh, this guy gets it and I don't, and, whatever. And, I attribute a lot of that to just, unfortunately having to go through that,
Yep.
Is not ideal. But looking at it now that I'm on the other side of it, it was kind of I don't want to say a blessing in disguise, but it definitely opened my eyes and like made my perspective on things a lot different. And I think that's why I've been bowling so well the last year and a half, because like I said, I just, if I get a bad break or, what happens, I still get frustrated, but at the end of the day, I just move on from it and it is what it is. So, but, I don't, it's like you need that experience, but you need it in a different way.
Yeah,
and
right.
like, I don't want anybody to go through what I had to go through, because trust me, it was miserable. But
people say, when you have your first child, things like that, all those different things put things in different perspective, but people go through different life experiences, and that one there was one that really gives you a different perspective. And I like sharing that story and talking about that, because I can tell you, every time you bowl an event and I see your name on the list, I feel like it's just a treat that he's here bowling.
Yeah. And that's kind of how I treat it too. It's like, getting, recovering from that and then going out and getting to do something that you love for a living and like being, pretty successful at it, things could be significantly worse. And like I said, the more you just kind of put your head down and just keep grinding forward, and just dealing with, whatever comes at you. And, like I said, I mean, I understand people, a lot of people think that, this guy gets all the breaks and this guy doesn't, and, whatever it is. But, there's a reason for it. And, again, not trying to like toot my own horn or anything, but like I'm, the performances, not even counting the tour season that I've put on for the last year and a half. I mean, it's just kind of a testament to, having the right mindset and having the right attitude goes a long, long, long way.
Yep. I agree.
Yeah, because there's a lot of tournaments that like I've won that I probably shouldn't have won, but I just felt like I had the best mindset, and I was the one that kept pushing forward and, didn't let the outside circumstances bother me, and, not trying to dwell on it, but it was kind of the same thing last weekend. A lot of people were talking about how good the left was and how high, all the lefties were bombing them and stuff like that. And, me and AJ had a conversation about it, and I told him, I said, look, if it's meant to be, it's meant to be. I said, we're going to go out, and I said, we're going to bowl good games. And I said, and if we get beat, we get beat. But I said, we're not going to get beat because the left's better. We're going to get beat because somebody outbowled us.
Yep.
And, lo and behold, I mean, it worked out. And, that's kind of the mindset that I've had for the last year and a half is, what, if I go out and do, perform and somebody beats me, then hats off to them. But I'm not going to go out and dwell on, oh, the left is so much better. Now we're bowling two lefties. We're going to get run over. We're going to go out, and if we can only bowl 220, 230 and it's not enough, then it's not enough. If we go out, but we're going to make them earn it at least. And that was the mindset that we had, and that's kind of the mindset that I've had the last year and a half is if you're going to beat me, you can beat me, but you're going to have to earn it.
Yeah, well, hey, I appreciate the time in the booth, man. And
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm going to get back to going over all the stats and all the data because the games are coming super quick and all that kind of stuff. But I just wanted to get you in. You've been having so much success on our live streams. You've been bowling so good. And you've been picking the right partners, and you've just been bowling so great. And I saw you walking around, wanted to have you come by, share a few stories with us, and we wish you and Michael all the best moving forward in the event.
Absolutely. I really appreciate it. And, again, I appreciate the compliment. It meant a lot to me.
Yeah, you bet. That's Sean Lavery Spar, everybody. Appreciate it, bro. All right, everybody. Hopefully you enjoyed the time that we had there with Sean. I always like to bring in players that are bowling well, that have stories. And I know some of the things that he was talking about there in the chat. I was keeping up with all of that. And I guess I should say, we have other things we need to cover here as well. So let me take that graphic off of there. So I have quite a bit of things here to cover. First of all, I have been watching this with you all. We do have quite a game being bowled here with Aaron Ruiz and Darren Chafin. No surprise here. I've seen these guys bowl the holiday doubles, and these guys can strike for days, especially when the lanes are easy. Not to say that they bowl bad when the lanes are hard. I just haven't live streamed a bowling tournament where they were hard and that they excelled, but I also haven't been given that opportunity. But they are right now, you got front 7, and you've got a possible 265 up there. And they are bowling with Tim Crow and Andrew Smith. And just to the left, we got Brandon Mins with Michelle Barish-Salas and Corey Imhoff with Eric Imhoff. So that's who we have up on your screen. On the bottom right, on 23 and 24 and 25 and 26, we have Brian Kirkendall and Donnie Wilson, Donovan Kelly, and Terrence Bright. Ryan Barnes, Spencer Robars re-entered, Nick Crummell, and Tim Barrett. I'm going to do a quick score refresh. And I am going to get you updated standings up on the screen for you. I will do that now. Let's take a look at the standings here on this block. Kimberly, do you have Petern and DeVoe at the top? Just want to make sure I have it correct. Yep. Okay, cool. So Petern and DeVoe right now currently 514, 498, and 470. They sit at 1482 from this squad. Dimitri Cruz and Billy Rogers in second on the squad at 1440. Dio Bernard and Paul Henderson in third at 1428, along with Ryan Barnes and Spencer Robars. So Ryan and Spence, they go 5-0, 14, 4, or 5-teen. So that's a little up and down start there, pair to pair. And I asked them why they re-entered, and they said, we think we can get more score. And because we had kind of lower games in there, we think we can get some bracket action here. Well, not off to the greatest start for brackets there with a big game, low game, big game. They'd be a little more consistent there, so we'll see how it goes the rest of the block. Tim Crow, Andrew Smith at 14-16. We got a tie there between Justin Williams and Johnny Atkinson, and Glenn Brown and Brian Bringman at 1406. Also over 1400 right now. 1404 is Ross Jenner and Terry Salvant III. You can see how everybody else is doing there. I also have it linked in the chat where you can go and find all of the standings. So a big game in the works here on lanes 29 and 30. Aaron Ruiz, possible 300. Darren Chafin, just the one open in there, bowl 265. The left pair we have here is just in the fourth frame. They're a little bit behind. I'm going to check in on the scores and invert our picture-in-picture here over here on lanes 23 and 24, 25 and 26. We see Kirkendall and Wilson are perfect so far through just 3 frames. We've also got another possible 300 on that pair. See Ryan Barnes has started with 4-bagger, 9-spare strike. Spencer with an open but a 4-bagger behind it. Looks like Nick Crummell is struggling a little bit there. He's got an open frame and a spare, but he does have a 3-bagger in there. He can bowl 247. Tim Barron having a hard time knocking them all down. Has no doubles with 2 strikes through 5 frames. Can still bowl 259. We do have the front nine now for Aaron Ruiz. You saw that on the bottom right of your screen in the picture-in-picture. I'm not surprised to see Tim and Nick bowl together, but I thought we might see two teams come down from St. Louis when these two guys are bowling. I would think we would see Nick possibly bowling with his good friend Cam Doyle. Now that they live by each other, they like to bowl things together. And I thought, we normally see Tim Barrett bowling with Shea Bittenbender, but Bittenbender not making the trip, nor Doyle, so we see Barrett bowling with Crummell today. Ryan 10 pins over there. Makes for a long day bowling 16 games. Ruiz front 10 now. I'm going to go ahead and invert our picture-in-picture. Aaron Ruiz. Yes, please. Ruiz and Chafin so far today have started with 479, 420, and 473. This monster game here will get them well up over that 475 team game average. Front 11 now. There have been no 300s on the squad as of yet. This will be the first one on the squad, the third of the tournament. Jordan Smith and Michael Holloman so far on A squad bowled 300. On lanes 23 and 24, 25 and 26. See if we can get a 300 game here on 29 and 30. And yes, we do. Congratulations, Aaron Ruiz. 300. On the B squad, game number 4. It's on lane 30. That's where he finished. So there's one. We had that poll question earlier in the chat. Mark, that's bizarre. Kimberly, did you see Mark's question in the chat? Hey, Mark, can you send a screenshot to sales@insidebowling.com and we'll get on that right away. And here's the thing to anybody. If for some reason you see a glitch in the system, Mark, if for some reason the order is over 75 and you can't get free shipping, you can just go ahead and pay it, and I can go right in there and issue you a refund for the shipping. We do that at times if there's a glitch or something weird going on. Not sure why it would do that, but we'll certainly take a look. Sorry about that. And thanks for willing to pick up some gear from us. Possible 544 here for Ruiz and Chafin. Still got 279 up there as well. flip it up here. Spencer still got 279 left, or 278, I should say. Ryan Barnes, 227. Little 5-0 in the brackets isn't bad. Ryan Barnes, 256, 206, 257. Spencer Robar's 246, 206, 257 to start the day. That's pretty consistent, guys. Pair to pair. Wow. Randy wants to know how many females entered the event. There's a few on this one here. Oh, yeah, you're right. Barnes does have a little more left than 29. Thank you. How about 259 for Ryan Barnes and 279 for Spencer Robars? Appreciate that. If I ever call out a score wrong, it's usually 30 off because I look at the monitor and something on the monitor messes me up and I think there's one more frame left. Or one frame less, either way. Oh, Ryan stuffs a 9. Nick Crummel stuffs a 9 right next to him. And Ryan's playing in the middle of the lane. And Crummel's going right up the lane. They both leave the same result. Crummel so far today has bowled 245, 210, 235. Barrett 254, 224, 206. So a couple of 700s to start the day for the two of them. They're right around that number here this game as well. Yeah, I did answer that earlier, but it was I kind of threw it in with some other stuff. But I'll answer that for you. They want to know why did Ryan and Spencer re-bowl again when they bowled such a good score earlier? I asked Ryan that exactly. He said we think we have more score out there, and number two, we didn't do so great in the brackets the first set around because we were kind of inconsistent with our games. We didn't string any big games together, so they thought they could string some better games together. But game two was more of the same of what we saw earlier from them, as they just bowled 206 apiece. But after coming off 257 apiece, they got 230, 238, and 278 left here. So this will be back-to-back good games for them, over 500. And you want to string together three games in a row for those brackets. So hopefully they can keep bowling 470 or better next few games and make their time and energy and effort worth the investment. And look, they're young. I mean, they just want to bowl. And their goal is to win this tournament. There's a lot of money available. The prize fund for the event, as well as the the side pot that they all put together. Nice little double in the 10th there for Spencer. Looking for a back 11 here. Kirkendall and Wilson can still bowl a pretty nice game. They both got 260, 270 left. That's through 8 frames. Oh, little 6-8 taps out there for Robars. 278. Nice game, Spencer. It was 2-0 for Crummel, 207. Barrett can bowl 238. After this game, we are officially halfway through our day of qualifying. Jim Insminger says, "Hey Flanagan, I thought you quit the bowling business." I don't know where you got that one from. Elaborate, please. I think I'm caught up here. Do want to welcome in all 585 viewers. Don't forget this continuing coverage of the 2023 DV8 Nightmare Doubles is brought to you by DV8, our title sponsor, Brooks Agency, Bowl 101 Pro Shops, the Just Be Team, and Quis Touraments. Of course, if you're looking to support what we do here, you can always subscribe to our channel, hit the notification bell, let you know every time we go live for the rest of this event and others, along with all of our YouTube content we put out, including our instructional videos and other oddity videos we like to put out. A lot of production into those, a lot of time we put into them. So if you'd go view those and take a look at them and leave some comments, gives us a better ranking on YouTube. And I think our content's pretty swell, I will say. So make sure you check it out. And also, as we saw here in the chat, if you would like to pick up some gear, we do have a store, InsideBowling.com. You can use coupon code YouTube. It'll save you 15% off in the store. Kirkendall and Wilson looking to make a move. They are currently that's my thinking noise. 482, 502, 412, 1396 is their number right now. They're 196 over through 3 games. 256 now the max and 277. Give them a nice 5 hundo. what do I have coming up? Well, kind of an inside joke with some other people I work with. We have a few weeks at home. Going to be putting out some YouTube content for sure. Not live stream bowling tournaments, but post-produced videos. We're working on expanding our store on InsideBowling.com into a full pro shop. And then we are also in the process of selling our home, which is a little time-consuming. And I'm going to enjoy some R&R a little bit, too. I have to. So I'm going to do that. And then I head out to Las Vegas. I still don't know my leave date. There's an RPI in front of it. I don't know if I have to work that or not. But I'm definitely working Ron Moore's event in Las Vegas for Bowl TV. If you're not subscribed to Bowl TV, make sure you do subscribe to Bowl TV. Great content over there. Many more channels, many more things that happens at Bowl TV, and I'm very thankful to be able to work with those folks. So I'll be doing that. And then in December, the holiday doubles. We'll have that right here on Inside Bowling. And I should have at least 2 channels up there for that event. So that's what I'm up to right now. Kirkendall and Wilson. There you go. You know, they're like best friends. 256, 256. Total that up. What's that total? 512. Great game. Great game. So get ready to head into game numero 50. I think there's a different word for that in Spanish, but I'm going to run with it. I think it goes with De Mayo, but I'm not sure. I don't want to guess wrong. Let's make sure we change that graphic. There we go, game 5. Game number 5 coming up. Game number 5 underway over on the right side here. All right, I'm going to step away for just a moment. Stretch the legs, recharge the batteries, get ready for the last 4 games of this B squad. Don't forget, we got a C squad coming up at 8 o'clock, 8 p.m. tonight. Going to be working overtime tonight. 12 hours of bowling today. I feel you, the Big Easy. It's they do have an app. Bowl TV has an app. Download the app. Maestro's getting better. I can tell you that. Guys, hang in there with Bowl TV. I promise you it's getting better. I can't tell you how I know this. I'm just telling you it's getting better. It's getting better. Do you know the service that Bowl TV uses? Fortnite also uses it. So, it's a legit service. What's up, Mr. Corley? I'm good. Yeah, I will. All right. Like I said, I'm going to leave for just a moment. I'll be right back. Mark, thank you. I didn't realize we even had a drop-down menu for free shipping. I guess, you know, sometimes these apps update, so thank you. But hey, I'm back, everybody. Did you miss me? Makes me think of the Lisa Loeb song, Stay. But I missed you. Yeah. Missed you. Missed you guys. Now, I also missed a score update here. I know they're there. You won't show the scores. Yes, I will. All right, here we go. Is that correct? Ryan Barnes, Spencer Robards at the top of the list? Yes, that is correct. 24th, because we had 23 teams compete this morning. Ryan and Spencer, they're on a mission. They're like, hey, you know what? We're going to re-enter. We're going to do better. They're at 1944. Ruiz and Chafin, after that big 544, gets them to 1916. Wilson and Kirkendall's 512. We were all over all three of those scores. 1908. Crow and Smith, 1891. Justin Williams, Johnny Atkinson at 1875. We got two teams at 1857. That's Jenner and Solvent III, along with Petrin and Jake DeVoe. Look at that Jake DeVoe Petrin score, 375 the last game. That one they would definitely like to have back. That's what we were talking to Sean about when he was here in the booth. You got to avoid those 350 to 375 games. You got to bail out those 400s, those 410s. I've been watching Barrett and Crummell here while I was stepping away. That's better. No, it's not. It's better part of the lane, maybe not the right ball. But what I was kind of noticing with these guys is, you know, Crummell's been throwing a backup ball, and I feel like these guys were just a little too far right. They need to be a little bit more towards the center part of the lane. Just a little bit. Let's take a look at their scores, see how they've been doing as a team here. .499, 434, 441, 445. So they're really just kind of pacing that 220 mark, and they need to up the game by 10 to 20 pins a game, especially with their abilities. But you look at Ryan Barnes, who's been playing kind of that inside zone, using 9 as a bumper. 9 is the gutter, so to speak. Don't ever get it further right at 9. And I think those two guys could camp out in there and live in there with bigger balls. Meaning asymmetric balls, balls with surface. They're close, but Ryan 4 pins now. Let's see. Ryan and Spencer, 1944 is what they've bowled so far. 3 games over 500 with a 412 in there. So right now, through 4 games, they should be at 1,600, so 344 over. So 344. 344 divided by 4 games is 86 a game. That's 243 a man. It's a good shot for Tim there. That was further towards the inside part of the lane. By the way, we're fixing some tape right now on this table. So if it's a little shaky, you know why. It's a good opportunity for us to do our picture-in-picture while that gets wobbly for a second. You can also take a look at some of the scores we got being bowled here. We are in game 5. Let me get you who we got on these pairs. 23 and 24, Jean Perez, DJ Archer, along with Dimitri Cruz and Billy Rogers. Dimitri Cruz just completed the front 6. 25 and 26, Donnie Wilson, Ryan Kirkendall, who we just saw bowl a big game, 256 and 256 apiece, bowling with Donovan Kelly and Terrence Bright. DJ Archer can bowl 290 here. DJ has bowled 248, 245, 204, and 207. He's made the move. John Perez, 244, 247, 200, 227 so far today. Dimitri Cruz, 269, 201, 246, 203. So he's bowling good every other game. His last game was 2-0, so hence the front 6. And just like that, Dimitri, 4 pins. Swap it back. Barrett gets the double. Nick's just gone to giving it the high hard one. Tim's in the right part of the lane now. Doesn't look pretty, but it's definitely right. By the way, real quick, just for that comment about the fish game, it's like right over there. You hear him back there? Bump, 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 bump. Bump. Yep. I feel like I need a monocle as well. This Monopoly game behind me. It's kind of fun anyway. Oh, you think they were talking about the hot tuna? The wicked tuna? Oh. I guess I misunderstood. I think there's another fish game over there. You guys are talking about this one here. We could do the Shaquille O'Neal, Charles Barkley Gone Fishing game right here. That would work. That would work well. a good idea. I can't afford backdrops, so I just let whatever sits behind me. I'm going to set the high score here on the Wicked Tuna. I'm going to put it on a hoagie roll. Maybe I'll plug it in. I'll do a game demo for you guys in between squads. Who's going to send me a game card? Set the new high score. Spencer's starting to have some fun out there. We've had 3 300s in the event. Jordan Smith, A squad, game number 1. Michael Holloman, A squad, game number 8. And Aaron Ruiz, B squad, game number 4. We've had them all on live stream pairs. See how we plan that out? So Ryan Barnes opens. He leaves the bucket there. I happen to go down there for a second. I want to talk to Tim for a minute, and it was just really firm and really right of where he needed to be in his laydown area. If he was more in the middle of the lane and kind of slowing it up, I just thought that one was gassed a little bit, and then he misses the spare. So at this pair, a little tricky for Ryan. But he's got Spencer there to bail him out. Spencer's really bowling good. I told you he won the sweeper here last night. Again, if you're just joining us, roll bars 246, 206, 257, 278, and now a possible 266. So his last 3 will be 257, 278, 266. I'm not going to do the math, but it's close to 800. These games do not go together in USBC sanctioned competition, so it would not be an 800 achievement award here. Games 3, 4, and 5. And there's a messenger with a little slap out for Spence. I think Crummel and Tim were talking about a ball change here. What up? I am the man. That's what I'm told. I think Crummel's going to move left and slow hook it. Yeah. That one bailed on him. Needs a little more core, a little more ball, or just be a hair right. But here's the man right here, Robarge. That is a great place for a wrap 7. Nicely bowled game. They were your leaders coming into this game. Ryan didn't have a great game that opened in the 10th frame, but Spencer with 260 to help him out gives him a game in the 450s. $238 for Crummel, $255 max for Barrett. This will be their best game since game number 1. Game number 1, they bowled 254 and 259 on the fresh. And that one loped. Tim finally got to the right part of the lane, and that one there just did not hit for him. And you can see the frustration there at the foul line. I'd be frustrated too. When the scoring pace is just so high, it's very easy while you're bowling your games. Okay, we bowled 440. All right, no big deal. Next game, 440. All right, we're going to pop one. 440. Well, wait a minute here. We are now behind the 8 ball, and now we both got to figure out how we're going to each bowl 250. And that just starts to weigh on you. And then you see big games. You only notice the big games around you. You don't notice the low games around you. And when you notice these big games, it just makes you feel like you're falling further and further behind, as if you're running a foot race and you're running as fast as you can and you're still losing ground in the competition. I'm not a marathon runner. I'm not a sprinter. I'm not a runner at all. But I can imagine that's exactly how it feels when you train and you work to run and you're doing the best you can and the people in front of you just keep pulling away. It's got to be totally demoralizing. So 230 out of these guys. And I think they want a trip to the low end for being the closest without going over. See, we got a little 400 and a high 390 left here. I'm going to flip-flop our screens. Let's check in and see how John Perez is doing. Looks like he finishes with 241. DJ Archer 238. We got 216. For Billy Rogers, 248 for Dimitri Cruz. Donovan Kelly can bowl 235. 279 left for Terrence Bright. Lonnie Wilson struggling this game. The best he can do is 185. Kirkendall can bowl 227. Yeah, the nostalgic, you're right. If you could only get a bowling ball that's cleaner through the heads with more continuation down lane, you'd be all set, wouldn't you? That's what I'm looking for. I thought it was you, Ricky. I thought I remembered that. What are you doing now? I haven't caught up with you in a long time. I hope you're doing well, whatever you are doing. Still doing battle bots? Still building those robots? Crashing them into things? I liked watching it on TV. This is off topic, but I dug out some of my old RC cars. Not that I ever was like super into it or anything, but yeah, I got a 4-wheel drive car body, and the car was made in like 1999. I mean, we're talking, 25 years ago. It's up and running. It's up and running, thanks to my my buddy that has a RC car garage. SDK is his name. It's pretty cool. I haven't got that burger yet, Randall. Nope, no burger. We're going to see the burger guys tonight. Good Burgers coming back tonight. C-Squad on a re-entry. Anchored by TQ Nimox. Not going to miss it. Coming up tonight at 8 o'clock. Be there, tonight. What's up, John? How you doing?
I'm doing good.
I'm good.
You good?
Yeah.
It's been a long day.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's going to be longer, too, but that's okay. John Perez coming by the booth. Everybody calls him Gene, but I asked him, what is it? Is it Gene? Is it John? He goes, well, it can be either. And I go, come on, man. He's like, you can call me both. Doesn't matter. So if you think of the Perez, Jean, it's Jean Perez. So, and he has no problem with that. Jean Perez. It's been nice seeing my buddy DJ Archer the last couple tournaments as well. I don't always get to see DJ at my live stream events. DJ bowling in this one as well. How game we in? We're going into 6? Yeah, we're going into 6. I'm moving this over here. I'm moving this around. Boom. There they are. Game 6 underway. Perez and Archer. Right side of your screen have both struck. You got Dimitri and Billy on that pair. So over to the left, you're going to have Kramer and Britton, Carlton and Beeks. And I guess I'll full screen them while I'm waiting for our other bowlers to come over. No need for picture-in-picture when there's nothing going on in the other picture-in-picture. It's good to hear, Rick. Where you living? You in Texas still? DJ. Slow big wheel. Let me tell you about DJ Archer. Where'd I meet this guy? Louisiana. I was 15 years old. Showed up to this tournament. It was it's called a youth regional tournament, whatever that is. I think it was in Houston. Went down there with some guys from St. Louis. Showed up and I met DJ Archer, Kimberly Claus, and a few other people. Don't remember them all. And I met DJ way back then. 30 years ago, DJ Archer. When DJ was bowling his best as an action player, coming up in his 20s, he was kind of a one-trick pony. He had to hook it with slow ball speed. If it was ever short or play to the right, he couldn't do much. I would say over the course of his career, since he's been 20 all the way up now into his 40s, DJ Archer has become a complete player. with the reintroduction of urethane, he's done a tremendous job on the PBA Tour and in, amateur events, regional events, that he has become a much more diversified player. He can play multiple angles, and he's found ways to score just about anyway. Now don't get me wrong. When they're hooking and he can move left and hook the lane, he's in a much more comfortable state of mind. And that's his wheelhouse. And that should be good here for him. This should be good for him here. Excellent spare shooter, too. If you go back and watch the Roth-Holman double show that they finished second to Marshall and EJ, he picked like 3 splits. He's just a tremendous spare shooter. Really doesn't get enough credit. He got overlooked for the PBA League this year. And then Bill O'Neill got hurt or something happened. I don't know why he missed. I shouldn't say that he got hurt because I don't know truly what happened. And they called DJ Archer, so he got to bowl in the league this year, which is great for him because I know that bothered him that he didn't get picked. I know it did. Eugene Beeks looking like he's going to throw at the, what is that, the 2-5? Looks like it. 2-5 or, yeah, that's got to be it. My eyes are going crazy. Okay. I think we got a standings update. I think it's time to do that. Looks like scores are in. Ladies and gentlemen, scores are in. Let's bring them up now. Barnes and Robarge still lead the way in the squad. 24-03. Ruiz and Chafin, 23-68. Bernard and Henderson, 23-52. Kelly and Bright, 23-51. Crow and Smith, 23-46. Williams and Atkinson at 23-35. At 23-23 is Wilson and Kirkendall. Followed by Cruz and Rogers, Perez and Archer, Crummell and Barrett. Right on down the line. 5 games in the books, 3 to play. It's go time for these teams. Everybody wants to bowl 720 or better as an individual. Somebody just threw a bowling ball away. I could take a pad to it. I can take a pad to it and make a strike. So a player, and I didn't even catch who it was, and I wouldn't name their name anyway. Just took a polished, symmetrical ball and tried to put it in a garbage can, but the opening isn't big enough, so it just sat there. Almost as if it was a ball cup, a giant ball cup. Now, look, I'm not God's gift to bowling, but I'm pretty close. And this can go to anybody that's out there getting ready to bowl tonight. Public service announcement. Shiny, symmetrical balls probably aren't the best choice to bowl well on this Cliff 20-1 house pattern. So I don't think it's the ball's fault, and it didn't deserve to go in the trash can. Back to you, Bob. Now, I hate it that I always have to click this, and I look like an idiot. But anyway, there you go. There we go. There's a triple. Fanina Carlton. Fanina today holding her own. 2-0, 2-0, 230, 2-0, 2-0. Let's see if she can't bowl her best game here in game number 6. Right here on the live stream. That's what I want to see. All right. Let's get a game here out of these two. Eugene and Vanina. I'm rooting for them. We'll keep an eye on them. I'm going to flip-flop here. See what else we got in this game. Farrell Williams. One Farrell Williams. He's on 25 and 26, bowling with his partner Jonathan Holloman, Michael Brownlee, and Clay Hardgrove. Next door on 23 and 24, we have Jason Belmonte, E.J. Tackett, Kyle Troop, and Anthony Simonson. No, whoa, wait a minute. Wrong list. Justin Williams, Johnny Atkinson, Jason Robinson, and Chase Branham. Folks, I'll be right back.
Barnes and them are bowling again. They bowled like 5-7 in the first set. I can't imagine it's going that high.
I think 572 is safe.
Safe. Yeah. Okay. That's a good number. 572 safe.
I think Canberra is safe.
Okay.
They were 7th on their squad. All right, everybody, what'd I miss? Can I get a ball-by-ball report on what I missed? When I left, I said, hey, you know what I'd like to see? I'd like to see Vanina and Eugene bowl a big game. Well, Vanina's holding up her end of the bargain here. Boom, front 8. How about it? How about that? And Eugene was off to a heck of a start. That open frame, though, wasn't great, but he can still bowl. 233. So we got possible 533 here. This would be pretty something. Pretty something. I'll add a special to the end of it, too. Pretty something special. If you ask me. Do want to welcome in all of our viewers. I haven't looked to see how many in a while. Over 600 viewers today. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in and watching our coverage of the DV8 Nightmare Doubles Tournament here at Bull Arrow, Bartlett, just a suburb of Memphis, Tennessee. Shout out to our other sponsors, Brooks Agency, Bull 101 Pro Shops, the Just Be Team, Real Estate and Commercial Real Estate, and Quis Touraments. Quis, our tournament director, runs a lot of great events. In years past, we had 2 squads for you. Today, we have 3 squads for you. The last squad starts at 8 p.m. It's going to be a night one here. It's going to be a late night, I should say. That's what I was trying to say. So we'll have some fun later tonight, that's for sure. We get a little off the rails on those night blocks because it's a long day. 12 days of total streaming for you. Bowling action. It's been a long day, but you know what? As the Dan Patrick Show, their motto is, every day is the Super Bowl. You got to deliver your best every day. And as you guys know, I do that. Every day, I give you my best. All right, John. John Perez, after an open frame, strikes first shot in the 10th. DJ has 222 with that crazy 5-count fill ball. Got 236. For Billy Rogers, Dimitri Cruz can still bowl 234. But my eyes right now are on Vanina Carlton, who has the front 8. Come on, Vanina, let's get 9. Come on, hook in there. Oh, blower 7. What a great game she had going there, though. Let's make sure you spare it up, get 279, see if you and your teammate here can get to 500 this game. That'd be a real treat. Checking in on the other scores here. So we flip-flop our split screen. 258, 196, 236, 182, 214, 211. That would be a bailout game, too, with the last 6. 225, 235. Folks, enjoy the rest of Game 6. I'll be back with Game 7 here in just a moment. And just like that, we are in game number 7 now. So we head into game 7. Let me get my correct links up here. Lanes 29 and 30. We got Farrell Williams with Jonathan Holloman, Michael Brownlee, and Clay Hardgrove. Next door, we got Justin Williams, Johnny Atkinson, Jason Robinson, and Chase Branham. Down on the bottom right of your screen, we got Jason Connell, bowling with Lenny Winters, Aaron Orange, Ahmad Oliver, Mai Miller, and Michael Daly. Still waiting on a couple scores here for the standings. As soon as we have them, we'll get those updated for you and get those out to you. Don't forget the link in the chat at the top does take you to the DV8 Nightmare Doubles 2023 edition scores and individual standings. Farrell open them up now. Nice slow roll. Gets the 5 and the 7 to fall out late, but just trying to shape it the right way, trying to knock them all down. Easy to get to the pocket, tough to knock them all down. Still waiting on these few scores here. Oh, they're coming. Wow, Donnie Wilson and Brian Kirkendall bowled 278 and 279 in the last game. Those guys can strike when they want to. All right, looks like all scores are now in. And I can share them with you. Oh, I need to go this way. Here we go. Donnie Wilson, Brian Kirkendall go to the lead of this squad, 28-80. They bowled 482, 502, 412, 512, 415, 557. Barnes and Robarge second on the squad at 28-46. Dio Bernard and Paul Henderson third on the squad at 27-75. Justin Williams and Johnny Atkinson in fourth on the squad, 27-74. At 27-63 is Dimitri Cruz and Billy Rogers, followed by Ruiz and Chafin. Kelly and Bright, Crow and Smith, Perez and Archer. Crummell and Barrett struggled the last game, 397. Dino and Corbin also 391. A lot of low 400s and high 390s that game. That tells you they're just playing a little bit tougher, this squad. That's what it tells me. What does it tell you? But you can still bowl 550. Kirkendall and Wilson showed you how. Again, if you're looking for scores, we have it pinned at the top of the chat. That is your link. We're going to move over here as we do have a 300 game watch. Folks, if you were able to hear my tail wagging a little bit, it's because I'm like a dog. I got to go for a walk, and I just saw that Darren Chafin and Aaron Ruiz, 278 for Ruiz, and Chafin was working on 270 going into the 10th frame. Those guys could be on the move. We've also got Jason Connell here on the front 9. So Jason Connell on the front 9 looking for 10 in a row. Oh, 6-pin. Fortunate not to leave the 6-8, but unlucky to leave the 6-pin on a pocket hit. Still bowl 279. Tell you what, the pace of plays really picked up the last game or two. We were pacing to get done around 6:15. Now we're pacing more to get done around 6. Which will give us about a 2-hour break before we come back at 8 p.m. here tonight. First year, we're going to have a C squad. There'll be a lot of re-entries. And we've seen it in the past. We've seen it in Springfield at Kevin Williams' event. Just because you've bowled before, coming in and bowling a C squad does not guarantee things are going to get better. Seems as the lanes are hot all day as the oil continues to get put down on the lanes. I know it's a fresh strip of oil. They get tough. They get tougher. So if any teams are going to be able to make it off tonight, which some will, they're going to have to bowl their best. One shot left there. And because these bowlers were a little bit further behind, we're able to catch the end of their games. I believe that's Jonathan Holloman with the front 7. Front 8. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, it's Johnny Atkinson. That's my bad. That's why I said I think who it was, but I didn't look at my sheet. I know Farrell was down this way. He and his partner. So it's my bad. Johnny Atkinson. Got a bunch of fans here in the chat, Johnny. I'm loving the 3 Adidas stripes on the shoulder of the shirt too. I have a pullover, looks the same way. Johnny Atkinson today bowled 243, 196, 238, 203, 248, 194. He's got a chance to bowl his best game of the day by far. Well, he's probably going to have his high game by far. That's kind of mathematically already in there. But let's see if he can't finish this thing out for 3 bills. According to the chat, he's a tremendously nice guy. He would be 300 number 4 of the event if he were to do so. Second in the squad. Oh. Solid 8 on a fill ball. Good place for it. So here's the moment. Johnny Atkinson, front 9. All his fans are in the chat from all over the world. High game today was his opening game. All right, take that back. 243 and a 248 in there today. Here we go. Playing just inside of the second arrow. There's 10. How about 11, Johnny? That's good. Oh, yeah, there it is. 6 leans into the 10. It's like you got a little more of a handful of that at the bottom. I thought that looked really good. I didn't think the 10-pin would be the last one standing on that one. Johnny Atkinson looking for a 300 game right here. And he does it in game number 7 of 8 at B Squad qualifying here at the 2023 DV8 Nightmare Doubles. Congratulations, Johnny. You are 300, number 4 of the event and number 2 of the squad. And he does it on lanes 27 and 28. Here's what's so interesting. Every 300 game has been bowled on our featured pairs. We've captured them all right here on Inside Bowling. And we've had 300s on 23 and 24, 25 and 6, 27 and 8, and now 29 and 30. So we've had a 300 game on all 4 of our live stream pairs. Now, folks, I come in here early for the events, normally 2 to 3 days early, and I bowl on every pair in the building. And I check to make sure which pairs I think could be the highest scoring so we have the most action, the most 300 games. And I do that for you, the viewer. That's why I come in here and bowl so many games on these lanes. And I picked these 4 pairs specifically as the highest scoring pairs with the most probability of being able to string 12 consecutive strikes together. I do that for you people. I go the extra mile, and that's what I did here today, and it's paying off. And if you believe that, I'm the Easter Bunny. This is game 8 down here. We turn the page. Game number 8. You know, this is the point of the day when the video games behind me start to actually get a little annoying. But that's okay. It's a Saturday in a bowling center. It's making their money. It's all good. It's all good right here. Let me see if all scores are in for Game 7. They are. That 300 game was the last one. All righty. As my friend who hasn't texted me in a while says, all right, all right, all right, all right. And it looks like we got scores in after 8 as well. So let's just try to decipher this. This is like the Matrix here. Rob and TQ are not leading here. Perez and Archer at 32-43 there. Dimitri Cruz, Billy Rogers, 32-18. Donovan Kelly, Terrence Bright, 31-91. This is incomplete information right now. It's a little bit tougher to try to determine this. Plus, if anybody's finished that's above these guys. Yeah, this isn't good info. Probably shouldn't even be showing it to you, but it is available for you to see. Because they got out of whack, I'm not going to have an actual after 7 update for you. But the moral of the story is the cut number is going down as a projected overall number. People are starting to say around 500 in the center. Around 500. All right, I guess I should formally introduce everybody. 23 and 24. Matt Hicks, John Johnson, Kendall Martin, Eric Barnett, Larry Winters, Jason Connell, Aaron Orange, Ahmad Oliver. Bottom right of your screen, Mai Miller, Michael Daly, CJ Petrin, Jake DeVoe, Justin Williams, Johnny Atkinson, Jason Robinson, and Chase Branham to finish things up. Bottom right is 4 frames behind top left. So we will finish with them. And again, I know I keep mentioning it, we will be back at 8 p.m. Central Time for C Squad qualifying. 8 more games for you tonight. We were talking about the pairs. Last year, they actually did use different pairs. Used 29 and 30, 31 and 32, and then used 25 and 6, 27 and 28. We've shifted everything one pair left. So we're using lanes 23 through 30 for our live streams. That's where we'll be conducting the finals. After A squad this morning, there was a huge drop-off between 7th and 8th place. It was 37.72 from Rice and Crow, all the way down to 37.09, a difference of 62 pins. Excuse me, 63 pins, all the way down to 8th on that squad at 37.09. I'm now starting to believe that Anthony Richmond and Adonis Huffman look like their score could potentially hold up here. Cut line has moved to 18th place. I need to find out how many they're cutting to. So, folks, the advancements of tomorrow is 1 and 4. If they stay with how many they have on C squad right now, they're going to advance 20. So 20 folks will make the cut. If they fill the other 5 spots, they're going to advance 21. 21 would be the advance into the next round. So, judging by that, the cut number, I would say 500 is safe at this point. 500 is safe. Nice finish here, 248 and 244. John Johnson, Matt Hicks, nice finish. Hicks and Johnson, that's our high game of the day. Not going to make the cup, and a nice way to finish. Scores are coming in and updating at tournamentbowl.com. Link at the top. Currently right now your leaders are Sean Lavery and Michael Holloman. They're at 39.45. That was from earlier today. Tim Hardigan, Lucas Hardigan in second at 38.19. Dre Johnson, Ryan Simonelli at 38.03 or third. Carl Williams and Aaron Holloman are fourth at 37.87. Corbin and Williams at 37.77. That's right now your top five. These will be the last two pairs done. We're almost at the 4-hour mark. I just took a few minutes here to go over all the teams here. Petrin and DeVoe. They were interesting to me, but they had games at 375 and 390, so really none of these teams can get to 500 over. So none of these teams have scores that can make the cut. And these are the absolute last pairs to be done. So as we get ready to finish up today's coverage of this B squad qualifying, with one squad to go tonight at 8 p.m., we hope you join us then. I'd like to take a minute to just thank Bolero, Bartlett, Whitney, the entire crew here is taking care of us. Certainly do appreciate that very much. Wonderful bowling center here in Bartlett. If you're in the area, make sure you stop by. It's a great place to bowl, hang out, have some food, play some games. You can play the Wicked Tuna. Check out the VIP lanes they have here as well. Also want to thank DV8, our title sponsor. Without you guys, wouldn't be possible to have this event. Live stream it for you. DV8, if you're considering a new bowling ball purchase, check out DV8bowling.com. Remember, at DV8 tonight, we bowl Brooks Agency, Brad Brooks. Not only will he have my back if somebody started beating me up, he will also have your back at Brooks Agency. He wants to take care of you. Check him out, Brad Brooks. Also want to thank Bowl 101 Pro Shops. 5 locations to choose from in the great state of Arkansas. Brian Kennedy will take care of you. Also helping run the event here is Brian and Shauna. Also the Just B team, Aaron Martin, part of that group, the Just B team. If you're in Nashville looking for property or want to sell your property, commercial and residential, check out the Just B team. Of course, Quis Chisholm, our tournament director. Want to thank you, my friend, and your tournaments that you name and brand the Quis Tournaments. We've had 4 300s, Jordan Smith, Michael Holloman on A squad, Aaron Ruiz, and Johnny Atkinson on B squad here. Got 16 games just about in the books for you. 8 more to go tonight. We're going to cut down to 20 or 21. It's 1 and 4. If they fill the squad tonight with 5 more teams, it'll be 21 teams will advance to tomorrow morning. DV8 Nightmare doubles. Tomorrow semifinals starts at 9 a.m. And then the finals will begin just about 1 p.m. or just a little in front of that. Who will re-enter? That's the question. Well, I decided to grab one of those last 5 spots and bowl myself. Will they let me bowl one of the slots right-handed and the other one left-handed? We will see later tonight. They say you need a righty and a lefty to do well in these things. Well, I came to play, folks. I might bowl tonight, but probably not. Who'd be able to interact with you folks? But I do know that we are going to start at 8 sharp. We got plenty of time to get the lanes ready. The lanes will sit. They have a time to rest. I'm going to go grab a little something, a little power energy to be ready for the Super Bowl tonight. Hope you've had a great afternoon of watching today's coverage and this morning as well. Hope you stick with us, decide to join us for a little bit tonight and, of course, tomorrow. if this is it for you tonight, farewell. Thank you for tuning in. We'll see you tomorrow. If you're just chilling at home, multitasking, enjoying the night off, please come back and join us. We're going to have some fun tonight. Channel your inner Johnny Atkinson as a chef in your home. Make your favorite meal. If you're short a couple of items, head up to the grocery store. You got plenty of time. I want everybody as comfortable as possible tonight when we fire this thing up. We're going to have a dream stream tonight. Almost as good as the one we had here this afternoon. I want to thank everybody for participating in the chat today as well. And I do want to thank the players for showing up and bowling and letting us have something great to watch. Well, folks, a new sign-off here. I rest the waters, fight Neptune's waters. Sail through the sorrows of life's marauders. Unrepenting, often empty. Sail on, sailor. See you at 8, everybody. It's been real.